Hey Nin, how's it going? What's up? What's up? I'm getting back into the art today. It's been too long. Just reading your space news. Looks like NASA is silently phasing out Boeing. Yeah, that's what I heard. They're removing their astronauts. Yeah. Yeah, the Boeing space project just hasn't gone very far. It's been in limbo and bureaucratic hell forever. They just can't get it off the ground in a reasonable way. And now SpaceX and Amazon, well, not Amazon, but Bezos and Blue Origin, well, he is Blue Origin, etc., are surpassing Boeing in reliability, usability, delivered spacecraft that actually work. So it's unfortunate, but okay, let's see. We're just going to block out our shapes here. Go back in later and clean it up. Something a bit like that. Yeah, it's very expensive, and I don't know how Boeing's been doing. I mean, they're still alive, but the last few years couldn't have been too kind on them, especially with the fiasco with one of their more recent planes. I don't remember exactly which one it was, but they've been having a rough few years. But it's saddened a bit because competition is good for the industry, and the more people we have building spacecraft and trying out new designs and new ways and methods of doing things, the better, I think. But yeah, sometimes it's just not going to work out. Alright. The rest of this blocked out. I think we are a bit wider. So a bit more like that. Looks pretty healthy. I think that connects. Yeah. In fact, I think this whole engine module is flush there. Give or take. I think this might still be wider yet. Like that. Neat. Okay, and then this is just the interior hull paneling. Nothing too fancy here. This gets really fancy later. All right. There's a wing. Over here. Thin this down a bit. Sure, that's fine. All right, give or take a bit like that. Clean it up later. I think it extends from the hull a bit, like so. Forward a bit. There's actually several different interpretations of how this wing can go. It might have a folding mechanism, I'm not sure. But we will play around with it a bit. Once we get to the more detailing stage, because we're just getting the proportions down right now, the rough proportions. Blue Origin is going for a second trip with tourists. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The space travel is pretty risky, even with some things like the Dragon capsule and whatnot having pretty good safety records. It's still a huge risk, and the Blue Origin ship has not had all that many recorded flights to go under its belt. Like something like the Soyuz flew so many times that its safety record is a really good indicator of the statistical likelihood that you're going to explode or make it back. Whereas the Blue Origin ship is still so young, who really knows what the data actually looks like? The last few runs could have been just luck, or maybe it is really well designed. It's hard to say at this point with so few flights, but yeah, it's a big risk. But then again, so is driving on the highway. Actually, I don't know what's worse, getting in a spaceship like the Soyuz, or driving on I-5 for 4 hours. On my vacation trip, when I went up to Seattle a couple of weeks ago, I was almost in 2 accidents on I-5 because people are idiots and can't drive. Like, oh yes, let's just merge in front of this car with no turn signal and give them about, I don't know, 10 feet to slow 40 miles an hour down so they don't hit me. That's my experience. It's a miracle I haven't been killed yet by people. But Americans are really awful drivers. Okay, let's see, what else? I think we need to extend the front of this a bit. I think this section's fine. This section needs to go out. It gets pretty flat. And it gets pulled in as well. It's got some interesting geometry going on. Let's see what we can do. It's gonna have something about like here-ish. Okay. And then from here to here. It's gonna have something. I'm not sure if these are flush, but it goes something about like that. Alright, we'll figure out what we're going to do with this geometry a bit later. But for now, that's where the panel lines are. in the front of the engine pod, there's some stuff. So let's put something in there. It's sort of an engine intake kind of a deal. The artists play fast and loose whenever they draw stuff. It's never the same. So you just kind of have to pick something you like from one of them. Do a mishmash of stuff. But anyway, so there's an intake thing there. Let's cut this down a bit. Alright, so it's got a break about there. Something about like that. This whole thing kind of comes up a bit. Like so. Okay, let's see. Let's work on more of the primary hull here. Something about like that. Give or take. Ooh, new art supplies. What'd you get? It's always fun to get new art supplies. This is almost flush. The bottom of this thing is really quite detailed with a lot of greebles. That'll be fun when we get to that much later. Alright, for now let's pull this back so it's in line with that. Alternative to Copic markers. Ooh, yeah, nice. Alcohol based. Ooh, fun. just extrude this for the moment. Maybe not. Maybe we'll enlarge that. Nah, leave it for now. Alright, and then we got a couple of engine intakes on the bottom. Do you have any projects in mind for those? Not yet. Oh, okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Have you ever used them before? Or is this your first time trying them out? Okay, neat. It is fun to try new things out. They can be very inspirational. You realize all the neat things you can do with them. We're just gonna stop here. more. Like this. The proportions are the hardest thing to nail down with these things. Once you get there, everything kind of falls into place. Yeah, that's true. I do enjoy mixing it up from time to time as well. It certainly can help keep things moving, keep the gears turning. Like, so I was doing a lot of 3D modeling right before I went up on vacation, like every day for hours and hours. And of course, I didn't bring my computer with me when I went up north. And so when I got back, while I was up there, I did take my easel and paints, so I did a lot of painting. But when I got back, I had a new itch for 3D modeling. Okay. I think that's looking pretty solid there for that shape for the moment. Thanks for the follow, Bane. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? I'm still playing around. I don't know. So the problem with the icons is, for an unknown reason, when I export them as the DDS, all my shadows are turning white. I don't know why, because I'm using the same process that I used making the same icons before, and so I'm not sure why the shadows are now showing up as white. So I've been playing around with the alphas and various orders of operation, but so far nothing has yielded the correct result. So it's a matter of if the one I sent you, the commercial hub or whatever it was, looks fine in game, even though the shadow is not the right color. It's more of a gray, it's not really white. Or I can get rid of the shadows entirely if they don't show up, for that matter. Yeah, I can show you what I mean. All right, so here's the icons as I did them for Swarf. And you can see there's a nice dark shadow under each building that I put in there. And then when I go in and modify them to get rid of the resource icons, you can see that the shadow is now gray instead of black, or a lighter gray instead of a darker gray. So yeah, it's I'm trying to figure out why it's doing that. And it makes no sense because I'm using the exact same process. So I'm not sure yet. But I mean, if you put it in there and it looks fine. I can just export them this way for the sake of time and just having them done, or I can just get rid of the shadows entirely. Because I didn't put shadows on the New Horizons building icons because they shrunk them even smaller than default stars, so like you can barely see anything that's going on with the building icons. So depends on the final size that they're going to be in LOTOR. But yeah, so that's where those are at. Otherwise, it's if the shadows don't matter, I can finish off the modifications in like a couple hours. So today we are building the Lightside Explorer, which is a fairly prominent ship, even though it had a small role in the Tales of the Jedi series. It was part of the Nomi Sunrider saga. It's her ship, kind of, her family ship. So I thought it was a pretty quick and easy, well, relatively speaking, ship to make that was pretty neat. Fairly geometrically simple, but it still has a lot of nice little details, and the visual read on it is really good. So I thought it'd be fun to whip it out today, add it to the list. Yeah, I can export them as a PNG and send you some as well. Alright, let's see. I think we're going to make the hull a little more swept out. One of the challenges with these, I suppose it's a good challenge, is that the artists, when they draw these ships, it might be featured 5 or 6 or more times on different pages of the book or in multiple books, but almost every time they draw it differently. It has the same essence, it's the same ship, it's very identifiable, but all the details will change. The shapes of things, the size, where things are positioned, all changes. Like this back wing, so there might be let's say there's 8 different depictions of this ship. And in every single depiction, the rear wing here is different. It's placed in a different place in the back. It's a different shape. It has a different connection. So it's a bit of a challenge trying to find the essence and pick and combine which parts of which ships you want into one. So we're like one depiction might be a 3/4 top-down view like this, and it might have a wing that looks like this. And then maybe your only reference for how the bottom side of the ship looks has the wing in a completely different way attached to the hull. So you kind of have to reconcile and find a balance between those, because sometimes they're mutually exclusive. But it's kind of a fun little puzzle to figure out. Some ships are worse than others, like the Reliance one, which I did a while back. Oh my god, that ship, it's almost a completely different ship every time it's mentioned. If it wasn't mentioned by name, you would think it was like something totally different. The Corsair wasn't so bad. That's Naga Sadao's ship. It's fairly consistent. The details change, but being a large capital ship, the details matter a little less. But the general shape usually stayed the same. But yeah, there's definitely a few ships that that change. Okay, so like the shadow didn't show up at all. Interesting. Compared to the one to the right, which has the shadow. So they're gonna look out of place. Alright, well back to the drawing board. I'll have to figure it out. I don't know why it does it that way. If PNGs are compatible, the PNG will have the correct shadow. Here, let me whip one up for you real quick. Ah, yes, yes. The one and only, the true Dark Lord of the Sith. But as far as I'm aware, Stellaris requires there to be an alpha channel, which I can't put on a PNG file, but we can try it and see. Photoshop Y. Okay, give me a second here. Because Photoshop wants to make a cache file that's like 50 gigs. It's absolutely disgusting. And it builds it out of my hard drive space, of which there's only limited amounts. Well, Bane is not the worst 13-year-old moniker one can have, certainly. Alright, I have to let my hard drives search themselves for a minute. Or the hard drive, so I can clear up some space. I don't know, I had a bunch of gigs free yesterday. I don't know where they all went today. Mysteries of the computer. Okay, so I think shape-wise, we're pretty close to having, or shape and proportion-wise, we're pretty close to having this down. So it'll be mostly detailing and refining at this point, which is where the real fun is anyway. I think we're pretty happy with this shape. Might increase the width of this a bit. Again, every interpretation is different. So like some views this is really thin, some views it's really wide. But I think we're going to go with that for now. I guess I should save it. Alright, let's see if the hard drive found all my hard drive space. They went on vacation without notice. Yes. All right, let's see. What is eating all my space? Last time something ate all my space, it was Windows itself with some dumb file that just kept getting bigger and bigger. All right, let's find out. Okay, let's see what's in here. Unreal Engine, yeah. That's fine. Google. Spotify. Why is Spotify 6 gigs? Why? We'll have to look at that. What is this? It's a page file. That's fine. Minor technical difficulties. What is Vortex? Why is it? Oh, that's Skyrim mods. Okay. Right. Because, of course. Get rid of that file. Delete. Yes, that's fine. I don't need my Total War save games. Drive data cache. Oh, it's Tabletop Simulator. That's what's taking up all my space. Disgusting. Because Steam is useless. Because I'll subscribe to mods for Tabletop Simulator and then unsubscribe and it won't delete them from my hard drive. And because Steam is useless and doesn't name its mod files anything coherent, I can't figure out which one's which. So I can never delete them. Might just have to just delete everything and start over. Harbinger's also out of space. Why are my Unreal files here? These were never supposed to go here. They were supposed to go to a different hard drive. Yeah. So why is Unreal Engine saving? I'll figure it out in a bit later. All right, back to this. So what do we got? We got an antenna down on the bottom. So we'll put that in. That's going to help a bit with the scaling. Angers, oh god. Yeah, don't be jealous, Goose. What we're gonna do, we're gonna copy this first. Oh. Okay, let's see. Let's start getting some of these hull details nailed out. Give this a little chamfer. That's about right. Okay, and then we're gonna do pretty much the same. This. Hi. Let's listen to something else for a while. How about... All right. Same kind of chamfer on here, except maybe not, maybe a little less, something like that. And then we're going to do a little inset, like so, and then an extrusion. And then take me to orthographic. There we go, that's better. Get rid of this. Something like that. We can precisely align it later. Adjust as needed. Okay. This is also going to get a chamfer. Not too many of them on this ship, but plenty in the back. It's mostly going to get one here, I believe. Yeah. And we'll make it a little bit larger, like so. Nice. This whole module we're gonna pull out just a bit, like so. Or maybe not. We'll expand it out a little bit this way, though. About like that. Yeah. Your time for destroying Gundams is depleted. Uh-oh. What are you going to do with yourself now? You're going to work on your pinatas. Yes. Okay. It's probably a good thing. If one didn't control their time spent, they could just play games forever and ever. Alright, I'm thinking that this engine module can come down a bit more, like so. And this can then be expanded down. Alright, so this one gets pretty fancy. This, we'll reset that, go here. This is gonna get an inset. I believe, like so. Because this is actually more like a cowling. Okay, and then we'll just delete, and we will create. All be made apparent. Okay. Perfect. Then the inside here, we're going to have a couple of fins. And they're going to be pretty thin, like that. Set a bit like so, and then these are roughly going to divide this into 3 segments, a bit like that. We'll make it precise later, but for now this is okay. Well, I guess we can just do it now. Not so bad. This here can be expanded. And we're going to give that a chamfer, but just a single. Traditional 3D modeling, making a zombie from Plants vs. Zombies. Oh, okay, cool. That's a game I never played, but I've seen a lot of it. It was quite in the zeitgeist a few years back. Alright, and if we want to make this precise, what we do is we make a copy of this, and we take this, and we go here, and we make this as long as we want it, like so. Right, that way that's the same size as our interior. Then we go here, and we'll divide it into 3 segments. Bam. So now we have 3 segments, and each of these segments will make a connection point in, like so. So now we have precise thirds, and then we can take this and align this to one of those. Bam. So that's perfectly in the center. Very cool. Okay, and I think what we're going to do with this is we're going to shrink it in a bit and then extrude it out. And then shrink it in, not too much, and then extrude it in. Alright, so that's our engine for now. We can always adjust it later if we want. We're not going too super high detail, considering this is an absolutely tiny little ship relative to everything else that we've done. I don't know, we've done some starfighters that are pretty small, but seeing as they're all meant to work in game engine, we're only going to get away with a little extra detail for this one since it's such an important ship, but we don't want to go too overboard. Yeah, or Unreal Engine. Or Unity. But I know how to use Unreal Engine. I don't know how to use Unity. Alright, so these here, we're going to adjust down a bit. So they have like a thing that they do. Okay, cool. Kind of like that. And then what we're going to do with these is we're going to just scale these up a bit, or elongate them, because they're just under the cowling. And we're going to take this and bring it down a bit, because there's stuff here. Then we're going to make a copy, and then we're going to align them to our third over here. Do the same over here. Perfect. And then this, we're just going to move out of the way. We won't delete it in case we need it later. Neat. Okay. Then we're going to bring in another one of these. And then we'll clean up the geometry later. This is still just roughing things out. We'll make it efficient and polygon efficient later, but for now we got this. Or Stellaris, sure. Either works. Although I'm pretty sure that this ship is so tiny that it wouldn't show up in Stellaris at all. Because this is basically a shuttle. I mean, it's bigger than it looks. So like the hatch that people get in is over here. And it's... I mean, of course, different depictions scale the ship differently. But the hatch that people enter in is like here, and then it's got a ramp that comes down. Please. Comes down from it. It's deceivingly large because the cockpit area has a window that's like 2 stories tall. It's absolutely massive. While all the depictions of the entry ramp are very small. But I mean, that's fine. So it's probably like a 2-deck ship. All right, and then on this, what we're gonna do here. Something like that. And then we're going to inset these. And then we're going to extrude. And so the engine block in the back will be part of the high detail read. And we can get away with this a bit because there's so many large flat panels on the ship. So we can afford to spend some detail in other places. And let's see. I didn't quite precisely make this a third. It's easy enough to fix. But for now, we'll just center that to that. It doesn't really matter, no one will ever notice. But since I'm OCD, I'll go in and make it perfect later. But for now, that's more or less what the engine block is going to look like. Except these will be inset in, so how we're going to do that, what we're going to do is okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to take this, bring this out, make a new object out of it. Then we are going to extrude like so. Then we're going to cap this. Then we're going to reset the X form. Very nice. Then we're going to take this and we're going to attach it to that. And center those on the Z-axis and the Y-axis. Okay. Then we're going to take this and we're going to have to readjust its position. That's fine. Like so. All right. Then we're going to take you inside like so. And then we're going to make another one. And we're going to bring you down to here. And then we're going to attach you to you. Nice. And then we are going to take you, we'll make a copy in case we want to undo this stuff later without a hassle. And we're going to go over here, and we're going to go to compound objects, and we'll do a Boolean subtraction. Boop. All right. Doesn't look like much yet, but then we're going to go into here, and we're going to take this and go delete and delete. And we're going to delete the back face as well. And then we're going to go into here. Oops. Here. We need to make sure all these are aligned correctly. fine. Okay. I'll bring that down there. Huzzah. Okay, we can weld these together so it's all one uniform piece at another time. But for now, that gets us our holes for our thruster, or whatever it is. Might be the hyperspace engine, who knows. But for now, we got that there. Looking a little more put together now. Okay, so next, let's these are more or less placeholders. These can be put back a little bit. Actually, we don't really need that one for now. Like so. We're gonna push it up just a little bit, make it a little flatter, reset that X form. Nice. Extrude that in there. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. And then what we're gonna do, make a copy real quick. And we're gonna go into here, and we're gonna, this is really not necessary. We can always do this in the texturing later, but for now, we're gonna throw down some vent details. Actually could probably be brought forward a bit. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, I guess I could do it. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Oh. One side at a time. Okay, okay. So we have a similar kind of a grill thing going on the front of this. So we've got a couple of different ways we can go about it. There's sort of three primary interpretations. There's one where this is wider and has a grill, and then this thing like comes up off the hull here. And then there's one where it's basically this shape and inset into a hollow cavity. And then this thing comes up off the hull even farther front. Or there's one where it's a cavity and this thing comes out of the cavity. I guess it's going to have a cavity regardless, so let's put that in for now. We can make a copy of it in case we want to come back and try something else. But for now, we're going to give it a cavity. And then the side of the ship here is very unusual in that it's not apparent whether I think we're just gonna have to use a little artist interpretation here, so we'll make a copy of that in case we want to come back to it. But I think the whole side of this ship is pretty flat, which is fine. Asymmetry's okay. We're not enemies with asymmetry. That, of course, will have to be kind of flat as well, which is fine as well. Okay. They almost have this coming off the hull at an angle in some views, and that's kind of nice. Might have to think about that. So either this thing will be like here, or it'll come out of here. It's hard to say. It's getting there. It's getting there. Just having to reconcile the fact that the artists, when they drew it, didn't really draw something that can physically exist. Speaking in terms of the geometry of the shapes, so I'm having to decide how I want to deal with that. Because in all the depictions, the front, or this engine block on the side, is flush against this top panel along the top edge here. But the hull is tapered on both sides. However, they don't have the hull going into the intake here or whatever. They don't quite show exactly what happens in here. It's implied that perhaps the hull is flat on this side, but the front part of the cockpit area is symmetrical on both sides as far as the angles go, and they just don't quite show how it interacts with this. So I'm having to decide whether I want to somehow make the side of the ship here flat and either come out so it can taper back in, or whether I want to make the whole side of the ship flat all the way up. Not quite sure yet. Something I have to kind of gestate on a bit. And it'll have an impact on a lot of other things too, which I guess is okay. That's fine. Okay, but in the meantime, what we can do, I think, I want to bring this stuff out a little bit more. I haven't quite nailed down the proportions yet either, but we'll make little adjustments as we go along. It's easier to get the proportions right when you start doing the detailing, because then you have a better idea of how the shapes are actually interacting with each other. Like, for example, this engine cowling has a segment here that comes out, and then down. Actually, it's a lie. It comes out like so. then comes down. And this... Okay, so what we can do is this can get pulled back a bit, like so. This top section can be brought out like so. Okay, that's a bit more like what I'm seeing. And then right, okay, it's fine, it's good. Stuff can come down a bit more. Like so. Ah! Thank you for the follow, IX. Very much appreciated. How's your day going? It is very chilly here today. Today I'm making the Lightside Explorer. It's Nomi Sunrider's ship from the Tales of the Jedi. It's this. So it was featured in a few, or in one of the books on a few pages. I thought it was always a neat little ship. So I thought it would be fun to whip that up today. Add it to the collection. we're getting there with it. Got most of the basic shapes roughed out, and now we're kind of doing the second pass where we're refining the proportions and getting some of the basic details down and adjusting some of the shapes so things work better together. Almost all the depictions of the ship are a little bit different, so we're kind of reconciling all the different versions of it. Some of the things don't quite align from version to version, so we're having to figure out a little bit of stuff there. But it's coming along. It's coming along. It's intended to be game engine compatible, so we're making it fairly low poly. And so that's a consideration as well. And so we're being pretty rough. We're at this stage where we're just like blocking things out and getting the design down. And we'll go back in later and clean up all the geometry and make it very efficient and polygon efficient and not have any overlapping faces and wasted faces and whatnot. So it's optimized for game engine use. But for now, we're just kind of roughing things out, getting the shapes established. But yeah, I think we're getting there. It's a pretty small ship. All things considered, or relative to everything else. So we don't want to go too overboard on the details. Even though it has a lot of details we could put in there. But we'll just keep adding layers as we go and see where we get up to a point where we like the read. Do I serve the Empire? If I had a choice, probably yes. I like order, and plus you can't argue with uniforms like those. They're so good. I'm assuming the Sith Empire, which is kind of the same thing, in which case also yes. Uh-oh. Anything but the Yoda. That's okay. Given his track record, he'll probably just say some philosophical thing about it and then not do anything. Let others do the real work. Okay, so what we're going to do here... Just putting in a few little detail pieces down in there. Most of the detailing will be in the textures later, but having a little bit of geometry here and there can greatly help. Alright, I need to figure out how I want to do the transition here. Could take this and extrude like so. A ship like, well, I mean, it depends, right? So a small ship like this, I mean, I keep saying it's small. It's not really that small. It's actually pretty big. It depends on your engine that you're designing it for, and so for example, Unreal Engine 5 has the latest and greatest technology where essentially you can have unlimited polygons. I mean, you could have millions, billions of polygons on the screen with no performance impact. Not that other things also don't, or impact performance that are related, but the polygons themselves aren't really an issue anymore. But older game engines, generally the farther back in time you go, the fewer and fewer polygons you can have. So something like Empire at War, it's a matter of how many times is the ship going to be seen on the screen. So if it's something like a fighter craft, like a TIE fighter or an X-Wing or whatever, where you're going to have a bunch of them on the screen, you don't want them to have too many polygons. For those, you're looking at like sub 1,000 polygons at the most, but ideally down in the low hundreds. And of course, the fewer you go, the less strain on the game engine. Something like a hero ship like the Slave One or the Millennium Falcon, where there's only going to be one of them flying around instead of hordes, and it's also a more important ship, say lore-wise, so people are going to be looking at it in greater detail, then you can get away with 2 or 3 or 4 times the amount of detail on that one ship or polygon count. So I'm sort of skirting the boundaries in between, because originally all these things are supposed to be used for Empire at War, but I'm shifting more and more and more towards using them in Unreal Engine. But I also want them to be usable in other stuff like the Stellaris engine, Clausewitz, and whatnot. So I'm keeping the geometry pretty low detail. Some things like this ship, since it's an important ship in the lore, is going to get a bit more because people may examine it closer, and there's only going to be one of it around. But we'll probably target, I don't know, maybe 2,000 or 3,000 polygons, give or take, for this, which will put it about the size of what you might want to give a Corvette or a frigate in a typical older strategy game. Not too old, but like Stellaris, or Empire at War if you're being efficient with your other things. But a lot of it is a matter of trial and error too, because each engine can handle things better or worse than other engines. So for example, with Empire at War, a game made or released during the same time or even the same year as Empire at War may be able to handle a lot more polys or a lot less, depending on how they optimize the engine. And there's a lot of periphery stuff that goes along with it as well. So, for example, with Empire at War, the engine's not particularly that advanced in what it can and can't do. So, for instance, you have things like collision meshes, which is another geometric mesh, just like the ship mesh, the model, but it's hidden and it governs the collision with other models in the scene. And so that adds polygons, even though you don't see them, they're there. And things like the shield bubble around a ship may also be a physical model with a shader applied to it. So it depends on how the game engine's set up, and all these little periphery layers interact with each other. And so, yeah, some engines are more efficient, some are less. Got to experiment around with it. But generally speaking, if you want something to work in an older game, the fewer polygons, the better. And so something like a small ship like this, you're looking at just a couple thousand. And if it's not a hero ship and something that's going to be spammed a lot, probably even less, like 1,500 max, maybe 1,000 max. I'm not super familiar with Stellaris or the Clausewitz engine. It was never designed to handle a lot of high detail models because it's a grand strategy game engine. Stellaris is probably the most taxing game that's been built on it in terms of models and graphics. But it would just be a matter of experimentation. So you'd make a bunch of models. Doesn't matter if they're just a blob. You just put them on there at varying degrees of geometric or a poly count, and then just clone them a bunch of times and see at what point does your engine start breaking down and you lose FPS and whatnot. And from there you can kind of determine what the right amount is. Ideally speaking, when you make a model or a game asset, you're making it tailored to the engine you're using. But we're being sloppy and trying to make it for everything at once. But it's not to say that these things you can't go back and edit them if something doesn't work quite as well. If it's taxing the engine more, you can always come back in and decimate and lower the detail on some things. And so there's a lot of detailing you can get away with, and a lot you can't as well. So for instance, cylinders, like these engines here, cylinders and chamfers, these take up an immense amount of polygons. Doesn't quite look like it, even though they have a few more, but they really add up significantly, very fast. Whereas if the shapes you're working with are fairly angular and low detail, then you can get away with a lot more. But yeah, it's largely a lot of experimentation is needed. To find the right balance. But in theory, something like this should work just fine in Stellaris and Empire at War. Something I've never looked at as well would be to export the actual base Stellaris models and see how they're constructed, how many polygons the dev team used, because they know their engine the best. And so it'd be interesting to see what they decided was a correct amount of polygons for a cruiser or a battleship or whatever. course, some things are going to vary more, like the mushroom ships. The fungoid ship set is probably going to have a lot more polygons than, say, the mammalian ship set. Or not the mammalian one, the lizard one. Because one's very organic shaped, which is just going to inherently need more polygons to communicate those shapes without looking janky, whereas angular stuff is really easy to communicate with few polygons. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what those models are. I think the Anthropod chipset would probably be a good middle ground, since it has some organic shapes to it and some angular shapes, are kind of a balance of in between the two. But then again, I think most of Stellaris' performance issues don't come from having lots of ships and things on screen, graphically speaking, but come from processor, CPU-intensive functions, where it's trying to calculate like all the jobs for all the pops. That tends to what kills Stellaris rather than graphical things. But still interesting to look it up and see what they did. Like the base ships in the Empire War engine, I think it's the Alamo engine, yeah. Those are all really low detail. We're looking at like hundreds of polygons for capital ships. Practically no detail. And they tried to get as much as they could done with the textures, but even those are pretty low resolution. It certainly wasn't a game designed to push boundaries graphically. But yeah, so there's kind of the long-winded here and there answer. It all comes down to it depends. Why did... I guess that is even. It's just a shadow making it look funky. A lot of it depends too on your textures. What resolution of textures you can get away with. Because the higher resolution texture you can make for a smaller and smaller model greatly increases the amount of detail you can transfer to the texture as opposed to the geometry. Again, it's a matter of how the engine handles it. 'Cause some engines handle geometry better than they handle textures. So for example, with Unreal Engine 5, you can have unlimited polygons, but you still can't have unlimited texture space. And the textures are going to have a much larger load impact on the end user's computer than loading the geometry does. But there are some engines that handle the texture space better than they handle the geometry. So if you look at something like Homeworld Remastered, let me see if I can find a nice example image. Oh, I probably have a gazillion screenshots that are made just for this. Get rid of that. Right, so like looking at Homeworld remastered stuff, the geometries of the ships are really simple, very low polygon geometry. Like you got a couple of little cylinders here, otherwise everything is really flat, flat shapes, lots of flat angular shapes. I mean, this is from a mod. Here's a Kushan carrier. Again, very limited geometric shape, but the textures, they're using these 4K high resolution textures. So all this detail that you see, that's just texture work. Almost none of this is actual geometry on the ship. They have very, very low detail geometries for their ships. But very high detail texture work. And so you can get away, you don't really need a lot of polygons if you can get away with having a high resolution texture. Again, like all this stuff in here, this is all just texture. Aside from a little indentation here, there's very little geometry. And this is all just like one big flat panel. And this is a big flat panel here. These might be raised up a little bit. But again, that's not a lot of geometry cost to do that. Like this piece has almost zero geometry. Like you can see, here's an edge here. This is all just a flat plane. All of this stuff is just texture. Very little geometry. I think this circle is raised up. But other than that, this is mostly just big giant flat planes with a little bit of detail on the edges. But I like my geometry because I'm a 3D guy. Okay. So, what we can do here now, I still feel like this is pulled out a bit more, but not a lot we can do about that for the moment. What we can do, though, is make a connection point. That's about right. Sure, okay. this, and we're gonna go like that, like that, well, that to that. Okay, that's fine. Then I'm gonna get rid of that. Oops. Nice. Okay. So this has kind of a funny thing on the front. Let's build that real quick. My fingers are getting cold. It's almost time to go make a cup of tea. Ah. I'm gonna go make a cup of tea and warm up my fingers for a few minutes while I go do that. And then I will return. This will be like 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. However long tea takes to make. Oh, I have returned. Tea in hand. My new cell phone arrived for me, too. Let's open up the box and have a look here real quick. A Pixel 5. I was running a Nexus 6 until it finally died. I mean, it's still alive, but the battery on it has finally depleted itself enough that it's basically unusable. So I had to get a new one. So they were offering a deal on the Pixel 5 G5 or whatever. So I decided to pick that up. The Nexus 6 lasted me many, many years of good service. Like, I don't need a lot from my cell phone because I'm mostly at my computer anyway, and I make most of my phone calls through my computer. So the cell phone really just acts as a navigator, and if I need to get on the internet for whatever reason to look something up or whatever, I'm at a store or something, and occasionally I make calls or check things on it, like Discord or whatever. But beyond that, I don't use my cell phone for a lot of things. So my poor little Nexus 6, even though it wasn't the latest and greatest for many, many years, served me well. But it's gotten to the point now where it'll get like 75% battery and then crash, and then when it wakes back up, it'll tell me, oh, you've got 2% battery left, and then it crashes again and just dies. So it's basically only usable if it's plugged in. So time for a replacement. Okay. I'm going to check my level of detail here real quick with other things of a similar size, since I'm kind of modeling this in its own little realm here. Make sure I'm on track. So it's probably going to be similar in size to this thing, this Jedi ship. Or this. Okay. Just remind myself. Where I'm at. Oof, yeah, yeah. Like phones are expensive. I couldn't imagine like upgrading every time a new one came out. Like, what's the point? So the new one's gonna be. It might have a slightly better camera. It's not gonna make much of a difference. You're still taking a picture of a cell phone. It might have a slightly larger screen, maybe, but typically not anymore these days. They're about as large as they get. Or it might have some gimmick. But I don't know. I've never seen the value in constantly getting the next phone, the next greatest release. Especially considering, some of these things are thousands of dollars. I got a quote unquote budget phone, and it's still a $400 phone. That's a lot of money to spend if I wanted to upgrade it again in like 2 years to another one. There's another. And of course, this is not the latest. If I upgraded it in 2 years, it might be $600 for whatever equivalent phone, brand new. But there are some people who live on their phones and need them for work or business or whatever they do. And that's a little more justification, but most people don't take advantage of the features they're paying an immense amount of money for. Like, they'll get a phone that has some fancy graphics card in it and huge amounts of computational power, and then their justification is because they play cookie clicker all day on it, which uses 2% of the power they have available. But, people are people. I kind of see the same thing with cars. Like my brother, my younger older brother, he trades in his car or his cars every year for a new vehicle. And it costs a lot of money to do that. He's losing thousands of dollars every time he does that, but he has to have the latest and greatest car. Okay. I guess some people are really addicted to the thought of having the latest thing. There isn't anything better. You've got it. Hopefully you can't hear the bullshit happening outside. They've got like a tree grinder or something that they're putting stuff into. Because my neighbors are like maintenance addicts. They pressure wash their driveway every single week. They're constantly doing stuff that makes noise in relation to house maintenance, even though the house is like beautiful and fine. I guess it has to be with the amount of effort they put into it, but it's like constantly tree grinders and pressure washers and things. So hopefully that isn't coming through the mic. Your pedometer. Food reviews. Uh-oh. Law. Like, they'll be out there, it'll be raining, and they'll be pressure washing their driveway. I mean, it is the Northwest, so the moment you stop maintaining stuff, like moss and shit grows on it, but still. It makes me wonder sometimes. You get wet, you get fungus. Yeah, we'll get, we get a lot of moss and mildew. The mildew takes a little longer to build up, but it does happen. Depends on your water too. So, like Portland water generates a bit more mildew than, say, Seattle water does. But we've had a really dry summer this year, and so that has kept things pretty well in check. But now it's starting to rain, so the moss will return. Ooh, HR department at a games company. Can't imagine how fun that job would be. Strictly text-based interview. Uh-huh. Yeah, I bet. let me guess, their like website's going to be down for maintenance as well. I did a, well, kind of an interview, sort of, kind of, but this game company that wanted to hire me, their website was down, and they had like no other social media or anything that was relevant. So all you have is their word that they're legitimate people with a legitimate business. It's super shady. Let's see here. So this is kind of... Okay, this is fine. This is fine. What we're going to do here... Connect that there. Go here, set that. Extrude that a bit. Maybe just a little bit more. Yeah, that's fine. I don't even know if this ship is armed. Is it? I don't think it is. Oh, okay. Apparently it does. It's got a laser cannon and a concussion projectile launcher. What's the source on that? The Tales of the Jedi Companion. Okay. Sure. If it says so. So I guess we'll put those in. I don't know, maybe this isn't an antenna and maybe it's a cannon. Hard to tell. It looks like an antenna in the comic though. So we'll leave it as that for now. Oh, actually, you know what I should have done? Is have this more like back here. Oop. Alright, that's fine. It doesn't say much about it. What it says is a concussion projectile launcher was a starship armament around 4,000 BBY. They could be found on the Vaya Class scout ships, which is this. That's all it says. And that was mentioned in the Tales of the Jedi Companion, which I guess we could go look it up because I have that somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Very good. Very good. Excellent. Thank you. It's probably not searchable. No, it's not. Fuck me. Okay, well, it's probably in vehicles and starships. 110. We'll go down there. Oops. There. Alright. Concussion projectiles. Okay. Yeah, Enforcer 1, right? Okay. That thing. Okay, Lightside Explorer. Weapons, laser cannon in the front, and concussion projectile launcher. Arc front. Crew 1. Well, there you have it. Yeah, I don't think it says anything more about it. But apparently it's a weapon. Just fine, it sounds alright. Now let's make this come out here a bit. But you could add it to Lotor, I'm sure, if you need another weapon. Or we, I guess. Weapons are always needed. I was caught like a shrimp in a net. Delicious. I do quite like shrimp. They are quite yummy. We usually eat shrimp, something with shrimp in it, once a week. It's a stir fry with shrimp, or well, speaking of shrimp, probably, since it's cold and rainy now, I'm probably going to make a seafood chowder this week. And that'll have shrimp in it for sure. Because you can't say no to shrimp. Just, they're so good. They're so succulent and tasty. And they go so well with the butter and the garlic. Just slather them in butter and cake them in the garlic. Now, one time I went to North Carolina on a trip, and the people hosting me there was like a school, and they had unlimited shrimp that you could eat at their buffet, school buffet thing. And oh god, I probably gained 15 pounds on shrimp alone. It was so good, so good. Let's make this panel a little less pronounced. Like that. That's nice. Bacon wrapped shrimp is pretty good. Fried shrimp is also pretty good. I don't think you can really screw up shrimp all that much. I mean, aside from overcooking it. But shrimp, it's a pretty versatile crustacean. Like you can have shrimp in a stir fry, shrimp in chowder. You can have bacon shrimp. You can have sautéed shrimp. You can have shrimp on the grill. It just goes good with all kinds of stuff. Try charcoal shrimp. I don't mind the flavor of burnt stuff so much as other people, but I do think correctly cooked shrimp would be better than burned shrimp for sure. Let's make that a little smaller. Most of our detailing on the bottom hall section is going to be in the texture anyway. We're just adding a little bit of geometric stuff just to break up the shapes a bit when you're looking at the profile. Plus, the bottom of the ship is supposed to be fairly heavily detailed. But that's probably good enough for now. The top of the ship is not very detailed, though. There is a thing here. Which we will add in. Like that. And it just like a little trench thing. Sure. And it'll have stuff in it with textures things, but texture detail. But we'll put a couple little things in there just as part of the visual read on the details. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go like this, boop, and we're gonna click there. Really? I hate 3ds Max so much. Maybe I need to reset the X form like usual. There we go. Now it's at the same angle. Why I never made them on calamari ship? Because they're awful organic blobs. I like angular things, and they're far too organic. Probably the most organic I'm gonna get is when I do the Mandalorian ships, because they are all, the early ones are generally all organic looking. I still need to make the Tarok, though, for Elrite, or Elrati, whatever his name is. That guy. Oh, hey, there's my lictor. Fancy. Trying to find examples. Not these. But the earlier versions of the stuff they had in KOTOR are all very organic. I cannot find the examples of them at the moment, but they exist. And they do very much look like shrimps. Yeah. The problem with organic shapes is that they're much harder to modify without having to modify a bunch of other stuff to make the shapes look good. Because they tend to be much more polygon dense, and like a simple shape like this, a nice angular hull like this, I can adjust any like one set of polygons and that'll look fine so long as I don't do anything too extreme. But on an organic ship, if this was round, I couldn't really do that. If I adjust one set of polygons, it's going to look out of place. So I have to adjust everything around it to keep this smooth look. And that is a pain in the ass. There's tools that you can use that help with that, but overall they're just a bigger pain to deal with. Programs like ZBrush, though, are designed to work with higher geometry organic shapes much more than, say, 3ds Max is, and they have a lot more tools that work more fluidly with those kind of shapes. But yeah, the ZBrush. But it can still be done, for sure. They're just a lot finickier. And plus, stylistically, I'm much more of an angular shape kind of a person. Even when there are ships that I'm making that are more organic, I'll tend to reduce them down into more angular shapes just as a stylistic choice. Oh, hold on. Cancel that. There. Okay. Just kind of eyeballing it. Oh, and this needs to connect to this. What was that, 95? 94? Okay, that works, that works. Then I think what we need to do go ahead and walk the dogs. Cool, cool. Nice. See you when you get back. You and you. This isn't the most precise thing ever, but it's all right. All right, then we can take this and 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 extrude it just a bit. Cool. All right. I think probably all needs to be moved up though. Ugh. Uh, We'll think about that. Okay, there's a couple of things here. form of this and this. Extrude those down. And then just delete all this stuff here. Then cap that, and cap that, and cap that. Alrighty, getting there. just not sure about how I like what's going on with this shape. Welcome back. Static sounds. Well, it's a shitty microphone. How's that? Is that better? See if I can hear myself. Better. There we go. That seems to have fixed it. Nope. There we go. That seems to have fixed it. Maybe not. Nope. Yeah, it's the wire. I'm 90% sure. Yeah, it's the wire. I'm 90% sure. I can hear myself. Fuck. The connections are here. Alright, this sounds a little bit better. Yeah, I need both a new microphone cable and a new connection port on my case. All right, well, I think we're pretty much done as far as the basic geometry and detailing goes, without going overboard, since it is a pretty small little ship and we don't want too many details on it. We're just trying to capture its essence. think without going overboard, we're at a good place here. Some of this stuff, like, or align some of it at least. Oops, like that. Yeah, I think we're looking pretty good. Small ship, we don't want to be too detailed with it. We just want little clusters of detail to indicate scale and detailing. While not going too overboard. I think we're pretty good. I think we've captured most of the essence of the ship. I could always do a hero version, quotation marks, in much higher fidelity detail at another time. I could even make it an Unreal Engine prop with an interior and everything. That might be fun to do one day, someday in the future. I think for now, we've pretty well got it down. Just seeing if there's anything that bothers me or needs to be done. I think we need a piece over here. We're finishing up just in time because it's about time to go make dinner. Turn off this light or just delete it. Yeah, it's still there, huh? I'm gonna have to poke around at it and see if I can figure out how to get rid of it, if possible. I'm not sure if I really can without just buying a new cable. They just don't make cables to last. This cable is only like 1.5 years old, and it's already all split at the connection point. It's very irritating. So this whole thing, I think, is farther down, like this. Of course, yes. Although, I don't know, I might make them replace it. If I can. It might still be in warranty. As I said, it's not really that old. Alright, so we're going to do something like that. I don't really like this audio cable anyway, because it's like one of the standard audio ports, like industry standard, not computer standard, so I have to have an adapter. It's huge and it kind of flops around. It doesn't make a very good connection with my computer anyway. Oh, that's nice. Sounds pretty awful. This doesn't really have any detailing on it as designed. So we'll leave it as is. But I think we're pretty well solid. Let's have a look at our silhouettes here. Take me to orthographic. So our front silhouette is about so. Let's make this the same angle as the hull. It'll just be a little more aesthetically pleasing, I think. Bring it down just a tad. Okay. Alright, not bad, not bad. How about our side here? Okay, yeah. Not too bad. Most of this will be getting a lot of detail in the texture. Of course, we still have to go back and like clean up everything and make it look, or not look, but clean up all the vertices and the faces and things and optimize it for game use. So it's not the jankiest model ever made, but I'll probably do that off screen. I don't know. People might be interested in that. Who knows? Since it's game development related stuff. Okay, not bad from the side. How about our back end? Yeah, okay. It's kind of an... Well, the hull overlaps there. It's a little janky, but... shouldn't be too bad. This is a pretty small ship as it is. Actually, I don't know why this is... Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I know what that is. Right. But yeah, it's pretty small. It's like a shuttle. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. I think we're good on this. For the shape and the look and the amount of detail. It's got more detail than other things the same size, but it is a important story ship. Ugh. But what is it? 5:30. It's getting about time to go make dinner. Today is taco night. Yes, capitalism. Isn't it wonderful? It's brought us so much wealth and riches, but also done horrible, horrible things. Like the whole made to fail, so people buy new ones to replace them, is just disgusting on so many levels. So wasteful. I think corporations should be charged based on the reliability and durability, etc., of their products. If their products have a very limited lifespan, they should have an additional taxation just for the wastefulness of the resources needed to make those things. But it's hard to say. The socioeconomic system is a difficult subject. It's very complex. But at the surface level, without thinking about it too deeply, it sounds like a good idea. But I have to mull it over for a while, because it would have a ripple effect throughout the whole economy if you did something like that. And what would the effects be? Sometimes it's hard to parse all that since it's so complex. You make one little change and things you could never think of are greatly impacted down the line. But on paper, it sounds like a good idea. Anyway, I think we did good today. We started and finished this ship, more or less. I'll go back in and touch it up later, maybe tomorrow or something, and make it more game ready. Finish optimizing geometry, and maybe we'll texture it at some point this week or next week as well. It's got a pretty boring paint job. It's just metal. Like it's just like a flat gray without a lot of detailing. We'll put some panel lines in, like on here, of course, and then detail down in the underside under this like angular hull plating or armor plating, whatever it is that's on top. But beyond that, it's not the most interesting paint job. I guess we could make it dusty and dirty, but it'll be pretty clean looking in terms of colors. It'll have some edge wear and some dirt, and we'll give it some stain, like from exhaust around the air intakes and the exhaust ports and around the engines. Maybe we'll play with the effect where metal gets heated and cooled and heated and cooled, and it kind of turns a rainbow color. Maybe we can do that around the engine sections a bit, engine nozzles. And give it some little tiny impact marks from a hard life of entering and exiting planets' atmospheres. Give it some dust stuff, because, you know, I mean, like, when it lands, it kicks up lots of dust, so I imagine it's a pretty dirty ship. Plus, it's a scout vessel, so I imagine it's going into a lot of places, asteroid fields, getting pitted from that, and entering planets' atmospheres, landing, of course. So I imagine they're probably pretty dirty little ships. That only cost 45,000 credits new, or an arbitrary used amount. I always thought this was funny on the wiki, where they constantly give values for what a used ship costs, but that's not something you can just apply a standard value to. Used ranged anywhere from they took it out for one day and it's 99.9% new to used, it's it's had a 100 years of hard wear and tear and is practically falling apart. I don't know who thought this was a good idea. It doesn't make any sense. But then again, Star Wars, does any of it make sense? Not really. But it sure does look pretty and has some neat designs. That's what we like. So let's see here. Let's take ourselves a little screenshot so we can add it to our thing. Oop. It's here somewhere. Where did I put it? I think it's at the end of all this stuff. Maybe. Ah, there it is. Okay. Very good. Okay. Save that up. Yep. The whole system needs to be taken apart and rebuilt and re-examined, because we basically just let it evolve naturally, and then went back and regulated things as they were abused, which was fine for encouraging the capitalist system to grow and establish itself. But it has the problem of, by nature, it tries to exploit the population it's in for maximum profit over every other concern. Everything, safety, workers' rights and wages, all of it is exploited as best they can. They ride the absolute edge of what's acceptable in order to exploit the most profit. And yeah, that was great for creating a diverse system, but you have the problem of having to constantly keep up with the bad doings of the corporations, which history has shown us that they will do whatever they can get away with, hurting people and exploiting people to make as much money as possible. And we have to go back and play damage control all the time, instead of just designing a system where they aren't allowed to do that in the first place. But I don't know if there's a perfect way of doing it. I doubt there is. But I certainly think we can do better than what we have. Well, yeah, I mean, you look at the history of almost any Fortune 500 company, or any corporation for that matter. Of course, not all corporations are awful. There are good ones, just as there are good people and bad people. But you look at the vast majority of corporations, and typically the bigger they are, the more they fall into this category of having done awful, horrible shit. Like dumping toxic waste in people's backyards and obliterating forests and things with zero regard for the planet, so on and so forth, and corruption and schemes and whatnot. But anyway, so I'm gonna wrap it up here for tonight, and go make dinner, etc. And I will probably be back for more tomorrow. That's gonna loud. On. Less volume. So I'll probably be back for more modeling and art stuff tomorrow. I have to figure out my icons for Bane. But other than that, I'm not sure what it will do tomorrow, since this was kind of one and done. And I don't really feel like going and doing the nitpicky cleaning up of the geometry just yet. It'll go into the pile of ships to do that with. I have other things that are higher priority. But I wanted to knock out the aesthetics of the model today, which we did. Tomorrow, not sure. Maybe I'll work on the Republic. They still need a battleship. Or perhaps I'll work on some Sith stuff. So I've got a whole bunch of Sith ships I need to make for their second or third tier of ships. Or maybe I'll start working on the Hutt Empire stuff, or the Hutt Cartel. The Empire fell many, many years in the past. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So you're going to hop on in a few? Well, if you hop on now, I will raid over to you. Otherwise, I'm going to shut it down here in a minute. But no pressure. It's up to you. But yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by, and thank you for the follows, those who did, who are still here. Otherwise, we're gonna look for someone to raid. Let's see if anyone's doing 3D art as well. It's mostly all anime, as is usually the case. There's nothing wrong with anime art, it's just a dime a dozen on the Twitch. That guy could be interesting. Oh, look, that guy's making Gundam models. Just up your alley, Nin. But he's Italian. So... I don't know if he speaks English.
Grazie, scriver Prime. L'hai veduto? Comunque siete rimasti,
I don't think they do English. Too bad. Alright, where did that other guy go? He was drawing like a logging truck or something. Something a bit different from characters, which everybody seems to be into. Here we go. Oh, it looks like watercolors.
love that he's like doing the play-by-play narration, and that's what keeps getting him busted.
Yeah, we'll raid this guy. He's doing something a little more interesting than your average stuff.
Yeah. He's got a very Jeffrey Rush kind of, you know, the rules are more like guidelines, you know. I am. This is Nocturnity. It's a comic book I've been working on for a while with Michael Plumides from. He worked on he worked on Nightbreed with John Barker. God damn it. With Clive Barker.
All right.
Getting all my horror people mixed up.
We'll raid over to him.
But yeah, he wrote it. I'm drawing it. And.
Anyway, thanks everybody, and perhaps we'll see you tomorrow or later in the week for more 3D modeling and or textures. Off we go.
But it's I'm having a blast, so it's coming along great.